Oh, Loaf. How you doing? Oh, I do. We had some like like 105, 110 like a week or two ago. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what I'm even getting into here. Yeah, there's been a bit of that all over the country lately. I don't know what I'm doing here. What is this stuff? Okay. Uh-oh. Did I just start the thing over? That's it, just like a little Lightspan logo? What's this? What's that? I have no idea. Oh, thank you. I guess we can start with one of these and try and figure out what's going on.
Must have done something wrong. Guys, can you beat me up or back or whatever? Guys?
Tony, is that you?
Miss Stafford, you know how I always really liked you. Could you, get me out of here? Quick.
Where are you?
Some boat full of soldiers in blue uniforms. Wait, there's a life preserver that says Sultana.
Ask somebody what the date is.
Are you kidding? No way.
You have to.
I think these all used to be.
Excuse me, sir.
Long time
Did
ago.
you, tell me the date?
27th?
The 27th, okay. And the month?
April?
April. The year?
1865. What are you, some kind of numbskull?
Yeah, I'm a numbskull. Did you hear that?
Tony, I checked the database. On April 27th, 1865, a riverboat called the Sultana exploded on the Mississippi.
I can't get blown up. I just got my driver's permit.
Tony, calm down. Str.at.e.s will get you home, but you've got to play the game.
Okay, so how long do I have till the, the Big Bang?
It doesn't give the exact time, but it could happen at any minute.
Okay, so what do I have to do?
Just play the game, Tony.
Oh boy.
So, you're in kind of a fix, aren't you? Well, don't worry. I'm here to help you. You're going to meet 7 people who really lived in the 19th century. Str.at.e.s created this adventure just for you. You should feel honored. This screen is called the media screen. On the top right are 5 buttons: text, video, music, art, and literature. When they're highlighted, you can click them. All 3 of the games that you're going to play are behind the text button. The counter is right below the media button. And below the counter, you can see the map button, the go back button, the OK button, and the quit button. Go ahead, look around. Remember, when you're ready to play the games, click the text button.
Wait, what? I don't know what she said these buttons were. That's back. That's okay. I'm not sure what she said these 2 were. Ugh. I don't know. What am I supposed to do with this shit?
Play 3 different games to get back: strategy, clue, and word. To win, you have to play all 3 games. If you don't get enough points, you might miss your senior prom. Well, just kidding. When you're ready to play a game, just click one of the 3 buttons at the top of this screen.
Wait, do I have to read all this shit first? Oh man.
Sculptress of Heritage. Edmonia Lewis, 1845 to 1890, was born on July 14, 1845, in upstate New York. She was the daughter of a Chippewa mother and a free Black American father. Her parents died when she was 3 years old, and she lived with the Chippewa Indians, who called her Wildfire. Edmonia's brother sent her money to attend Oberlin College in Ohio. Her engaging personality made her popular with her classmates. During her 4th year, however, 2 white girls were mysteriously poisoned. Lewis was accused of poisoning them. She was defended by James Mercer Langston and acquitted several weeks later. After she graduated from Oberlin College, Edmonia moved to Boston, Massachusetts, and worked in the same building in which Edward Bannister had a studio. While in Boston, she created and exhibited a bust of Colonel Robert Gould Shaw, the commander of the 1st Black American Regiment in the Civil War. The inspiration for Lewis's most significant works came from her mixed racial heritage. One of her finest sculptures is Old Indian Arrow Maker and his daughter. Lewis sculpted Forever Free in honor of President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, his speech on freeing the slaves. She moved to Rome when she was 20 years old and continued her sculpting and studies. When she returned to the United States, she sculpted busts of Wendell Phillips and Henry Wadsworth Longfellow for the Harvard College Library in Cambridge, Massachusetts, now called Harvard University Library. The actual date and place of Lewis's death are unknown. To this day, she is considered one of the most important Black American female artists of the 19th century.
Let's try the things up top, see what happens.
All set? Read the question, listen to the cyber strategy. Then, if you need to, reread the biography. Click your answer, and then
not listen to you anymore?
wonderful. You're absolutely correct. Now, don't dawdle. Here's how to play the clue game. Each biography contains a description of one of these picture clues. When you're ready, click a clue and then highlight the word or phrase that describes it. Then click OK.
What? Oh, okay. I only have Forever Free and Older Than Arrowhead. I put it in Discord.
Bust.
Think about it, then try again.
What? Said sculpted something. It's a sculpture. It could be art.
Paint.
Oh.
Army cap. Virginia.
Well, they tell you stuff and you click on them.
Bust. Red Cross. Army uniform.
Book of poems.
Oh. Would you be paint?
Paint.
You know, it's a sculpture.
Here's the correct answer. Keep on trying. I know you can do it.
I clicked it. Wait, what was the correct answer? Didn't I click this one before? Or was it? I'm so confused. Yeah, I pushed that one first, Hippolito. That's the first one I tried. And it said wrong answer. So then I went to paint. And it said wrong answer. Bullshit. Maybe.
Ready? Here's how to play the word game. Listen to the cyber conversation, then find the sentence that uses the word correctly.
I don't care. Oh, I have to. This is what the problem is. So it's not one of those. I have to pick a word out of there. This is what's stupid, right? I thought it was one of these that I had to click, but you have to pick a random word in the fucking entire paragraph. See, that was completely confusing. It had to be any word that existed in here. I thought it was going to be one of the highlighted ones. You had to match it with something down here. So I was going, oh, sculpted forever, so okay, sculpting and stuff like that. But no, you have to pick an actual. Fuck you, man.
You're a genius.
Like, they could explain that way better. Now what do I do? I can't do this one again. Yeah, I know. The thing you're supposed to, there's little pamphlets that came with these things, right? You're supposed to do that shit or whatever.
Nature's full of all kinds of creatures. Some are slow, some are fast. I guess I'm the
Obviously, I don't
fast
have that
kind.
stuff.
It's sad that some people don't let you be what you are. My mother was Chippewa Indian. My father was a free black man. Someone even told me once that since my father was a man of color, I should be a painter. But since my mother was a Chippewa, I was right to be a sculptor. Ever since I saw a bust of Benjamin Franklin, all I've wanted to do is to learn how to fashion life with my hands. Someday, I'm going to Rome to learn how to work with marble. Michelangelo is supposed to have said that the statue already lives inside the marble and he just removes the extra. But I think he was being modest. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be worth doing.
No, not again. You can go away. Oh, it's breaking. I pushed too many buttons. Maybe I have to go all the way back? I don't freaking know. Ugh. This is not what I need when I don't feel well, not understand what we're doing here. Fuck. What did that do? Oh, here we go. I can go to a different person now. Whatever. What do you mean I get a lot out of it? Okay. Don't you dare, love.
A fighter for a cause. Robert Gould Shaw, 1837 to 1863, was born on October 10, 1837 in Boston, Massachusetts. His ancestors were merchants who made their fortunes in the China trade. Shaw's parents socialized with the wealthy and elite people of Boston. These friends included William Lloyd Garrison, Nathaniel Hawthorne, and Ralph Waldo Emerson. Shaw's parents devoted much of their time to the anti-slavery movement. Robert was educated in Europe, then attended college at Harvard in Cambridge, Massachusetts. When he was 23 years old, he joined the New York State Militia. He applied for an officer's commission and was assigned to the 2nd Massachusetts Infantry. Robert Shaw became the leader of the 1st Black American Regiment in the Union Forces. This regiment was composed mainly of free Black American volunteers from the northern states. Days before the regiment marched out of Boston, the Confederate Congress issued a proclamation announcing that white officers captured while leading Black American troops would be executed. This did not stop Robert Shaw. Although each soldier proudly wore his Union Army cap bearing the symbol of the 54th Regiment, the soldiers learned that because they were Black Americans, they would not receive the regular Army pay. Rather than $13 per month, they would receive only $10. Robert and the men refused to accept any pay until they were treated equally. The entire regiment went without pay for a year. The 54th Regiment led the charge against Fort Wagner in South Carolina. Almost 300 of its men were killed or wounded. Robert Shaw was one of the first killed as he led his men into the battle. he was buried in a common grave with his men. Robert G. Shaw and the 54th Regiment won the respect due a true fighting unit. 4 soldiers were decorated for bravery, including Sergeant William Carney, the first black American to win the highest U.S. military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Robert Shaw blazed the way for the enlistment of other black American soldiers into the United States Army.
It's way too early for using my brain. Oh man. I did not know I was getting into this kind of shit right now. Ugh.
Fantastic! You got it!
Well, now we know what this part means, at least. Yeah, what a thing. Good morning, everybody.
Army cap.
Like I said, now that I know what this means, we're fine. Not that issue anymore.
Excellent! Keep up the good work. Wonderful! You're absolutely correct.
Oh wait, I gotta push this one. This is gonna be a long game. Long game.
Robert E. Lee wrote Lee's farewell address when the Confederacy was forced to surrender at Appomattox in 1865. After 4 years of arduous service, marked by unsurpassed courage and fortitude, the Army of Northern Virginia has been compelled to yield to overwhelming numbers and resources. I need not tell the brave survivors of so many hard-fought battles who have remained steadfast to the last, that I have consented to the result from no distrust of them, but feeling that valor and devotion could accomplish nothing that would compensate for the loss that must have attended the continuance of the contest, I determined to avoid the useless sacrifice of those whose past services have endeared them to their countrymen. By the terms of the agreement, officers and men can return to their homes and remain until exchanged, you will take with you the satisfaction that proceeds from the consciousness of duty faithfully performed. And I earnestly pray that a merciful God will extend to you his blessing and protection. With an increasing admiration of your constancy and devotion to your country, and a grateful remembrance of your kind and generous considerations for myself, I bid you an affectionate farewell. Robert E. Lee, General.
I wish I was in the land of cotton, old times there and not forgotten. Look away, look away, look away, Dixieland. Then I wish I was in Dixie. Hooray, hooray, in Dixieland I'll take my stand to live and die in Dixie. Away, away, away down south in Dixie.
I'm not sure if I'm not still sleeping or not. Why?
Southern General. Robert E. Lee, 1807 to 1870, was born on January 19th at his family's plantation in Virginia. Lee's family was famous before he was born. His ancestors were great planters, statesmen, and celebrated soldiers. Two of his ancestors, one of whom was John Hancock, signed the Declaration of Independence. Despite his fame, Robert's father managed the family's money poorly. This caused Lee to grow up in poverty. It was only with the help of letters from family friends that he was accepted at West Point Military Academy. Living conditions at the school were humble. The boys studied by candlelight and slept on the floor. Academic requirements were stiff, and rules and regulations were endless. But Lee mastered the routine and graduated with an excellent academic record. Robert's participation in the Mexican War won him a reputation as a brilliant soldier. He commanded the force that suppressed the John Brown raid on Harper's Ferry. But Lee refused an offer to command the Union Army in the Civil War due to his loyalty to his home state, Virginia. Jefferson Davis, the Confederate president, made Lee a general in the Southern Army. Lee soon became General-in-Chief of the Confederate forces. He served with many experienced soldiers like Stonewall Jackson and Jeb Stuart. Other soldiers, like Loretta Hanetta Velasquez, had little experience but wanted adventure. Despite Lee's brilliance as a military strategist, the strength of the Confederate forces steadily declined. Ulysses Grant trapped Lee at the Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia and forced him to surrender on April 9, 1865. After the war ended, Robert E. Lee became president of Washington College in Virginia. He devoted his life to education and the reconstruction of the South. Lee died in Lexington, Virginia on October 12, 1870.
You're a genius.
Good morning, Night. We're doing some early morning learning. All right, let's find Virginia.
Virginia.
got it. Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Next. Yeah, we learning today. It's a little too early for this stuff, but whatever. I'll get through it. I didn't realize what I was getting into this morning, so whatever.
By the wooden fence, a soldier lay with a ball lodged in the bones of his cheek. I told him I would go for the surgeon, but he caught my arm. "They can't come for me now," he said. "I have to wait my turn. Please, you take the ball out for me." This was a new call. I had never severed the nerves and fibers of the human flesh, but I could not withstand his entreaties.
When Susan B. Anthony died, Clara Barton had this to say about her friend. "A few days ago, someone said in my presence that every woman in the world should stand with bared head before Susan B. Anthony. Before I had time to think, I said, and every man as well. I would not retract the words. I believe that her work is more for the welfare of man than for that of women herself. Man is trying to carry the burdens of the world alone. When he has the efficient help of woman, he should be glad, and he will be. Just now it is new and strange, and men cannot comprehend what it would mean. But when such help comes, and men are used to it, they will be grateful for it. The change is not far away. This country is to know women's suffrage, and it will be a glad and proud day when it comes."
I didn't do it. Ingvars. I didn't, this early in the morning too is rough. Thing did it. What's yes? Wait, I clicked on this already. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Is this one really long? I feel like this one is going to be a little bit of a... lifespan thing? There's like 120 something lifespan thing. Yeah, I guess we'll see, Ingvar. After this, we're back to more basketball, though.
A life of helping others. Clara Barton, 1821 to 1912, was born on December 25, 1821, in North Oxford, Massachusetts. She was taught mostly at home by her brothers and sisters. The greatest influence on her as a child was her father, Captain Stephen Barton, a farmer and a leader in local politics. Clara called her father Soldier Father. At the age of 15, Clara began teaching at nearby schools. In 1850, she went to teach in Bordentown, New Jersey. At that time, a fee had to be paid for a student to be enrolled in school in New Jersey. As a result, not many students attended school. Clara established the first free school in New Jersey and increased enrollment in Bordentown from 6 to 600 students. When the Civil War began, Clara made appeals for provisions to be carried into the war zones. She stored supplies of all kinds in her own house. In 1862, the U.S. Surgeon General permitted her to travel to the front lines of the war zones to distribute the provisions she had collected. In 1864, Clara returned to Washington, D.C., where she attended a speech given by the abolitionist Reverend George Thompson. Thompson was strongly endorsing Abraham Lincoln and his belief in emancipation. Clara sat next to Frederick Brown, the brother of the abolitionist John Brown. In 1881, Clara established the American Red Cross. A year later, her efforts brought about ratification of the Geneva Convention, a series of agreements about treatment of prisoners of war and of the sick and wounded. In 1891, Clara traveled to Russia, where she witnessed famine, and in 1896, she went to Turkey, following Armenian massacres. On June 16, 1904, at the age of 83, Clara Barton resigned from the Red Cross and retired to Maryland. She died on April 12, 1912, after a full life of helping others.
This is the first time I'm actually gonna have to go back to the sheet. It's too early for me to be thinking. Hi, Sting. Yeah, I got confused in the beginning with clue. I thought it had to be one of the highlighted things you pushed a clue for, and I got one wrong. Because I was like, what the hell is this stupid? And then I realized you have to just pick an actual word from the entire paragraph. By George Thompson. Wait. Who does she sit? Frederick Brown, okay.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
Are these ones games long? Where is it? I saw it in here. Red Cross.
Red Cross.
That's not long.
You're a genius. Fantastic! You got it.
My cat is smacking the blinds again. You hear this shit in the background? Smacking the blinds around. Did you hear the cat ding 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 ding? You're the tough one with the mad stuff. I never parallelograms from high school. Jeez, so long ago. See, that brings back old memories. Horsey. That's a short little video.
When upon the field of glory, with the battle cry, and the smoke of cannon curling round the mountain high, then sweet memories will come on me, painting home and thee, nerving me to deeds of daring, struggling to be free.
Well, if you weren't awake already, that I'm sure woke you up.
From Havana to the Confederacy. Loretta Hanetta Velasquez, 1842, to date unknown, was born to aristocratic Spanish parents in Havana, Cuba. She was one of the few women who donned a uniform and fought in the Civil War. Just after turning 14, Loretta eloped with a United States Army officer. At 19, her husband joined the Confederate Army under General Robert E. Lee. Loretta also wanted to join the Army, so she found herself a tailor who understood how to mind his own business and had an Army uniform made for herself. Loretta changed her name from Madame Velasquez to Lieutenant Harry Buford to enlist in the Confederate Army. While in the Army, Loretta organized a volunteer battalion and headed off to join her husband in Florida. He was astonished to see her and tried to persuade her to go home. Her husband was soon killed, but Loretta pressed on as Lieutenant Harry Buford. She claims to have fought at the first battle of Bull Run and the Battle of Shiloh, where she was wounded. The doctor who treated Loretta discovered her secret. She said, "I never saw a more astonished man in my life." Loretta claims to have gone on to become a spy for the Confederate Army. Many people say her spy activities were mysterious at best. After the war, Loretta Velasquez traveled to promote a book she wrote about her experiences. Income from her book helped provide a living for Loretta and her infant daughter. Many people questioned Loretta's story. Whether her story is completely true or not, it cannot be denied that Loretta loved adventure. And adventure is what she found.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Army uniform.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
Okay.
You're a genius.
On to the next one. What is this stuff up top? Oh, maybe like you hear the word or something? It still bothers me that I got one wrong because I didn't understand how the clue thing worked. It annoys me, but whatever. Whatever.
An artist's gift. Edward Mitchell Bannister, 1828 to 1901, was a black American painter who grew up in Canada. When he was a young man, Bannister chose to go to sea and work as a cook on a sailing vessel. Bannister enjoyed sailing, and in his later years, he spent much time sailing his yacht in Newport Harbor, Rhode Island. When he was in his early 20s, Bannister moved to Boston, Massachusetts, and opened an art studio in the same building where Edmonia Lewis would work. He learned photography and developed a business as a successful photographer. Because his business did so well, Bannister had time to sketch and paint and soon became recognized as an excellent artist. He also joined an anti-slavery group that featured speakers such as Frederick Douglass and William Wells Brown. Bannister's wife, Christiana, also became involved in the anti-slavery group. She helped raise money to aid the widows and orphans of black American soldiers killed in the Civil War. Bannister donated a full-length portrait of Robert Gould Shaw to this cause. After the Civil War, relations between black and white Americans in Boston were tense. The two groups were segregated, and the doors of many public institutions were not open to black Americans. Because of this, Bannister decided to move to Providence, Rhode Island, where he was welcomed by the art community. Bannister's paintings helped black Americans in the struggle against slavery and racism. He was living proof that black Americans could excel in any area of American society. Bannister died of a heart attack while attending a prayer meeting on January 9, 1901.
Hippolyto's saying he wants us to play some anime games. I don't know if this is right or wrong. I don't really care.
Try again.
I knew it
You
had
can
something to
do
do
it.
with art. Then it's this. I think.
Great! You got it.
Do I?
Paint.
The question is, do you guys think Hippolyto wants anime?
Fantastic. You got it. Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Keep up the good work. I don't know. I won't know that answer for you, Ingvars.
Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote The Tide Rises, the Tide Falls in 1880. The tide rises, the tide falls. The tide rises, the tide falls. The twilight darkens, the curlew calls. Along the sea sands damp and brown, the traveler hastens toward the town, and the tide rises, the tide falls. Darkness settles on roofs and walls, but the sea in the darkness calls. The little waves with their soft white hands efface the footprints in the sands, and the tide rises, the tide falls. The morning breaks, the steeds in their stalls stamp and neigh as the hostler calls. The day returns, but never more returns the traveler to the shore, and the tide rises, the tide falls.
You used the word of the day, Nick. No. Oh. Don't tease Nick. Nick's living in Space Area 3D land right now. We're learning, Nick. It's a little too early for learning. No music this time, but Nick would like to hear some music. How was Space Area today?
The language of Longfellow. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, 1807 to 1882, was born on February 27, 1807. He wrote poetry about American legends and feelings. His more formal European writing style combined with his American interest to make him one of the most popular poets of his time.
At least it has a talking thing where I don't have to read all this stuff out. That would be torture.
At the age of 14, Henry was accepted to Bowdoin College in Maine. Nathaniel Hawthorne, who became the master of American fiction, was his classmate. Longfellow loved sports and was good at making friends. He is remembered by a classmate as sociable and agreeable, free from envy, and always a gentleman. After graduating, Longfellow became a professor of modern languages at Bowdoin College. To prepare for this, he studied in Europe and mastered French and Italian. During later trips to Europe, he learned 5 more languages, including Dutch, Spanish, Icelandic, Swedish, and some Finnish. He also met scholars and poets and developed a fancy style of dress that stayed with him for the rest of his life. After teaching at Bowdoin College, Longfellow took a position at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he taught for 18 more years. Harvard commissioned sculptor Edmonia Lewis to create a statue of Longfellow. Longfellow had been writing poetry since he was 13 years old. His first book of poems, Voices of the Night, sold 43,000 copies. He also published poems on slavery. Henry hated slavery and was opposed to war and violence of any kind. He created romantic American legends and poems such as the Song of Hiawatha. Henry Longfellow died on March 24, 1882, arguably the most popular poet of his time.
He's done Space Harrier 2 already. Only he's got left is the Space Harrier on the Sega Master System, and then he's on Space Harrier 3D. Yeah. I forgot what I was doing.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
You still have to get through those two, though.
Book of Poems.
about it. Then try again.
Book a poem, whatever. Fine. Fine. We'll play that stupid shit. My voice will die in the next couple hours. Probably like yesterday. Like towards the end of the stream, I could barely talk. So we'll see. It's getting there. It's not holding out long enough yet. Like my voice was dead for the rest of the day yesterday almost, but. The thing I can guess is maybe that. Oh, here we go.
Book of Poems.
Book of Poems.
You're absolutely correct.
Wonderful. Ba-doop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, I know. It happens. I don't care.
Look at the score. You beat Str.at.e.s.
Congratulations. Now what?
All right, that was a piece of cake. Okay, Str.at.e.s, open sesame. Str.at.e.s, open sesame. Str.at.e.s, what's the hold up? Open up. Str.at.e.s.
Ridiculous.
Get me out of this thing.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Oh, thanks.
Are you okay?
Sure, well, that was a close one.
Did you learn anything?
Yeah. Next time, pack a lunch.
Yeah, there's still 4 more left. I think we just did Ammonia Lewis, right? So we still got the 4 of these to do. Oh. Jeez. Why? Yeah, oh. No, it's not. Wait. This looks exactly the same.
Uh-oh. I, must have done something wrong. Guys! Can you beat me up? Or back? Or whatever? Guys?
Tony, is that you?
Miss Stanford, you know how I always really liked you. Could you, get me out of here? Quick.
This looks exactly the same.
Some boat full of soldiers and...
Can I skip this? Hold on. We've seen that already. This is the exact scene from before.
So, you're in kind of a fix, aren't you?
Yeah, but different people. So yeah, so it's same scene but different people. So we got 4 more of these things to go through. Oh boy. Here we go. Yeah. That movie had the exact same boat. I doubt it.
Move out on tonight's mission. We got word that the Rebs are holding over 700 slaves across the river, and we're taking a party over to set them free. Some of the men are worried about having a woman lead this party, especially a 5-foot-tall, 98-pound woman like me. But I used to tramp all through these woods when I was running slaves north on the Underground Railroad. Some of the soldiers tonight are only kids, and they're scared. I could see it in their eyes. So later, I'll sing them some songs and tell them some stories to calm their nerves. After all, what have they got to worry about? On my Underground Railroad, I never ran my train off the track, and I never lost a passenger.
In describing her escape from slavery, Harriet Tubman said, "When I found I had crossed that line, I looked at my hands to see if I was the same person. There was such glory over everything. The sun came like gold through the trees and over the field, and I felt I was in heaven."
Yeah, they give a lot of context. But
In
yeah, Carmen
describing her
Sandiego is in
escape
your
from
future.
slavery,
Oh, I did this
Harriet
already.
Tubman.
But yeah, you'll have Carmen Sandiego in your future. No, I clicked on that one. Nick is dreaming of Atari, but his life is Space Harrier.
Follow the drinking gourd. Follow the drinking gourd. For the old man is waiting for to carry you to freedom. Follow the drinking gourd. When the sun comes back, the first quail calls. Follow the drinking gourd. For the old man is waiting for to carry you to freedom. Follow the drinking gourd. Follow the drinking gourd. Follow the drinking gourd. For the old man is waiting for to carry you to freedom. Follow the drinking gourd.
We'll see. I watched some of Sharpie's playthrough, and there's still a few things you don't quite see in that game yet that he saw later on. But we'll see.
Play 3 different games to get back: strategy, clue, and word. To win, you have to play all.
Yeah, I know about all this already.
Lady Moses. Harriet Ross Tubman, 1821 to 1913, was the most famous conductor on the Underground Railroad. She was born a black American slave in Maryland, one of the 11 children of Ben and Harriet Green Ross. Harriet was sent to work at the age of 6. By the age of 9, Harriet was setting muskrat traps as a house and grounds worker. She was often beaten, and when she was a teenager, an overseer fractured her skull with a rock. As soon as she was able to work again, Harriet was returned to the fields. She became determined to escape to the north. Harriet married John Tubman and tried to convince him to escape. He refused and threatened to report her to the master. Harriet had to wait a few years for the opportunity to escape. Finally, she escaped one night with her 2 brothers. Her brothers became afraid and returned to the plantation, leaving Harriet alone. She kept on through the woods and swamps until she reached Pennsylvania and freedom. Harriet also wanted her family to be free. She joined the Underground Railroad and worked with other agents such as Frederick Douglass, William Still, and Jermaine Loguen to escort slaves out of the South. She often wore disguises and always carried a gun. Songs also served an important role. The words were actually codes alerting slaves to her arrival, communicating danger or safety, or giving directions to the next destination. One of Harriet's favorite songs was Follow the Drinking Gourd, which used the North Star to point the route to freedom. After some resistance, Harriet finally got her parents to leave in 1857 and escorted them to Canada. In Canada, a support network for escaped former slaves was put in place. People such as Mary Ann Shadd Cary worked hard to help escaped slaves make new lives for themselves. In all, Harriet brought back more than 300 slaves. She became known as the Moses of her people. Slaveholders were so outraged that they offered a $40,000 reward for her capture.
Why am I always muted? Have a good time at work, Nick. Hey, Timsy. Lifespan has been good. $40,000 is a big reward, huh, for capture. That's a lot. But yeah, if you guys aren't following Timsy, he's playing all the NES and SNES games. He's also got himself a Extra Life poll thing there. So if someone donates $100 to Extra Life charity, he'll reset the game he's doing and throw it back in the bin for another time. So playing through all those games while trying to help people.
During the Civil War, Harriet served the Union Army as a nurse, cook, scout, and a spy. She even led Union raiding parties into Confederate territory. After the war, Harriet helped establish schools to educate ex-slaves and opened the Home for Indigent and Aged Negroes in her own home. She also participated in the temperance and suffrage movements. Harriet died of pneumonia in 1913.
Yeah, no problem. I love RPGs. I figured that's like more of a one to kind of start with, you know. Something, you know, work your way up to some of the bigger ones.
All set? Read the question, listen to the cyber strategy. Then, if you need to, reread the biography. Click your answer, and then click OK.
What's it called? We had a computer lab where we played the Oregon Trail all the time in school.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. Now, don't dawdle. Here's how to play the clue game. Each biography contains a description.
Whatever. Now, where is
The
it?
Underground Railroad.
Wait. What? That's right there. Unless you want me to use a different word. What does this say?
$500.
Wanted to make sure it just said $500.
Muskrat traps.
She did use muskrat traps.
You're a genius.
Yeah, we probably had other ones. I don't remember what they were.
Ready? Here's how to play the word game. Listen to the cyber conversation. Then find the sentence that uses the word. Fantastic! You got it.
Fantastic. Oh, man. I just gotta stay awake while doing this. Just too early. We got song, though.
Yes, we'll rally round the flag, boys, we'll rally once again, shouting the battle cry of freedom. We will rally from the hillside, we'll gather from the plain, shouting the battle cry of freedom.
I always lost Oregon Trail, though. I either like starved or died of dysentery or something like that all the time in Oregon Trail. I was terrible at that.
The Tireless Teacher. Mary Ann Shadd Carey, 1823 to 1893, was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and educated in a Quaker school. During the Civil War, she assisted the Union Army, as did Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman. When Mary was 27 years old, the Fugitive Slave Act passed. This act endangered free black Americans, as they could be labeled escaped slaves and sent to the South. In response, she and her family fled to Canada. In Canada, Mary opened a school to teach Underground Railroad refugees. Later, she became an important writer who encouraged other black Americans to move to Canada because it was naive to hope for any serious change in the older parts of the U.S.
Hey, Tim, so you just tagged yourself a Dragon Warrior. Must be early in the morning. It's early in the morning for me, too. The hunting mini game. Oh, yeah. That would be... it was so easy to die in the Oregon Trail.
At the age of 30, Mary became the editor of the Provincial Freeman, a weekly paper for Black Americans in the Canadian provinces. As the first Black American female newspaper editor, she was criticized within and outside of the Black American community. Frederick Douglass defended her in 1856 by saying, "This lady, with very little assistance from others, has sustained the Provincial Freeman for more than 2 years. She has had to contend with lukewarmness, false friends, open enemies, ignorance, and small pecuniary means. We do not know her equal among the colored ladies of the United States." After the Civil War, Mary moved to Washington, D.C., where she taught school for 15 years. While teaching, she became involved in the suffrage movement. After the 15th Amendment was passed, which guaranteed all U.S. citizens the right to vote despite race, she and over 60 other women attempted to register to vote. They were not allowed to do so, however, because women did not yet have the right to vote. She organized the Colored Women's Progressive Franchise Association in 1878. In 1883, when Mary was 60 years old, she received her law degree from Howard University. From then on, she devoted herself to her law practice and only occasionally visited Canada. She died 10 years later, at the age of 70.
I haven't played any of the Secret of Google games yet, though.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Mm-hmm. No, it's still not going to be that one, because... Where's the provincial man? I was here somewhere.
Provincial Freeman.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
That's right. Wonderful. Wonder what they consider a failing grade.
You're a genius.
This is gonna take like most of the stream. Help you, kitty.
Jermaine Loguen wrote a book titled The Reverend J.W. Loguen, as a Slave and as a Free Man. Theft is a basic principle of slavery, and the little world in which the slave's mind and body moves compels the conclusion that it is right to take from his robber everything he can safely lay hands on. Nature and heaven know no law for the slaveholder.
Oh, Marsh John came riding by. Say, Marsh John, that mule's gonna die. If he do, a tan his skin, and if he don't, I'll ride him again. Oh, mourner, you shall be free. Yes, mourner, you shall be free. When the good Lord sets you free.
Well, guys, this is your sports break. I hope you guys are enjoying learning.
Escaping slavery. Jermaine Loguen, 1813 to 1872, was born a slave on John and Eleanor Logue's plantation near Nashville, Tennessee. Jermaine's mother, Cherry, had been a free black American, but was kidnapped and sold into slavery. David Logue, John and Eleanor's youngest son, was Jermaine's father. When he was about 21 years old, Jermaine and another slave fled. It was the middle of the winter, and the two men forged papers, stole horses, and began their journey to freedom. Their journey took several months, and Native Americans helped them along the way. When they reached Detroit, Michigan, they crossed the river into Canada. In Canada, Jermaine took a job chopping wood. At the same time, he became determined to get an education.
Yeah, the NBA driving you nuts, Stealthy.
A few years later, Jermaine moved to New York and attended the Oneida Institute, the only college-level institution in New York to accept men regardless of their ethnicity. He became a teacher and minister. His goal was to help black Americans through providing them with an education. Later, he established several schools for black Americans. Jermaine married Carolyn Storham in 1840. In 1841, they moved to Syracuse, New York, where they became involved with the Underground Railroad. More slaves were helped to escape in Syracuse than in any other city in New York, and Jermaine was an important leader in the effort. Knowing how difficult it was to escape, he wanted to help others make the journey. Jermaine helped more than 1,500 slaves escape to freedom. One of the well-known slaves he assisted was Harriet Tubman. Loguen worked full-time for the Underground Railroad for 3 years, relying on donations for income. He added an addition to his home specifically to hide fugitive slaves. In addition to providing shelter, Jermaine provided food and clothing and directions to the next stop. He also established a home for escaped slaves in Canada that provided them a place to live until they could find work. Jermaine wrote articles for Frederick Douglass's newspaper, North Star. The two men became good friends, and Douglass's son married Loguen's daughter. Jermaine Loguen died in 1872 in Saratoga Springs, New York.
Fantastic! You got it!
North Star.
Think about it, then try again.
Oh, come on. That literally says North Star, then North Star, unless it's something different.
Provincial Freeman.
North Star.
That's such bullshit. Don't you start, cat.
Book of Poems.
Chopping wood.
Oh my god. This is so stupid. I know this is wrong, but I don't care at this point.
The Underground Railroad.
Some all do both words.
Here's the correct answer.
Where was
Keep on
chopping wood? I
trying.
looked for
I know
that.
you can do it.
Oh, I missed that. Whatever. It's too early in the morning for this shit. Could you knock it off, cat?
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Just think, we have 3 more of these after we finish this one. Wow, I actually dropped some frames today. What is going on? Only a little bit, but it's weird.
An Underground Railroad author. William Still, 1821 to 1902, was born in 1821 near Medford, New Jersey. He was the youngest of 18 children. His father, a former black American slave, changed his name from Levin Steele to Levin Still to protect his wife Sidney, who had escaped from slavery in Maryland. When he was 23 years old, he moved to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. After teaching himself to read and write, he assisted runaway slaves by providing them with food and shelter. While helping slaves, he met Harriet Tubman, who was working as a hotel maid. Harriet, who would later return to the South to lead many slaves to freedom, was assisted in her own escape by Germaine Logan. William's most memorable encounter occurred when he discovered that one runaway he was assisting was his brother, Peter. They had been separated since childhood. William also helped a 15-year-old girl, Anne Maria Weems, to escape. She dressed in men's clothing and went by the name of Joe Wright to elude her captors. These and other escape stories were documented in William Still's book, The Underground Railroad. He wrote the book to encourage the race in efforts of self-elevation. William believed that the most eloquent advocates of black Americans were Frederick Douglass, William Wells, and other self-emancipated champions. William Still died in 1902 in North Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, of a heart attack caused by Bright's disease.
Anyone know what Bright's disease is? I don't know that one offhand. I think it is, that's what I thought it was.
Wonderful.
Oh, okay.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I'm learning things too. Yeah, we're learning stuff. Okay, I know I didn't hear any of this other stuff in here, so it's gotta be this time.
The Underground Railroad.
I paid very close attention.
You're a genius. Fantastic. You got it.
You got it. Tired. From what I heard, I think Sting's still in it, but I don't know.
In his book, The Life and Times of Frederick Douglass, Douglass talks about being a slave. Why am I a slave? Why are some people slaves and others masters? These were perplexing questions and very troublesome to my childhood. I was very early told by someone that God up in the sky had made all things, and had made black people to be slaves and white people to be masters. I was told, too, that God was good, and that he knew what was best for everybody. This was, however, less satisfactory than the first statement. It came point blank against all my notions of goodness. The case of Aunt Esther was in my mind. Besides, I could not tell how anybody could know that God made black people to be slaves. Then I found, too, that there were puzzling exceptions to this theory of slavery. In fact, that all black people were not slaves, and all white people were not masters.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows but Jesus. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Glory, hallelujah. Sometimes I'm up, sometimes I'm down. Oh, yeah, Lord. Sometimes I'm almost to the ground. Oh, yes, Lord.
From Slave to Statesman. Frederick Douglass, 1817 to 1895, was a famous abolitionist. He was born a black American slave in February 1817. When Douglass was young, his mother, also a slave, was sold to a farm 12 miles away. When she could, his mother would walk the distance at night to visit her children for a few hours. Douglass's only memories of her were short visits in the middle of the night. When Douglass was 21, he escaped to the North and joined the abolition movement. His home became a stop on the Underground Railroad. For safety's sake, many people who work with the Underground Railroad remain unidentified. But Douglass did get to meet people like Harriet Tubman and William Still. Douglass spoke for the American Anti-Slavery Society. Audiences were so impressed they found it hard to believe he had ever been a slave. To quiet doubts that he was a slave, he published his autobiography, The Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave. After the book was published, Frederick had to escape to England to avoid being arrested and return to his owner. English friends purchased his freedom. Like William Dean Howells, Douglass was attracted to the newspaper trade. He established an anti-slavery publication called the North Star. The motto of the newspaper was, "Right is of no sex, truth is of no color. God is the Father of us all, and we're all brethren." Douglass met with President Abraham Lincoln to discuss the treatment of black American soldiers during the Civil War. He also fought to obtain the right to vote for black Americans. While delivering a speech at the Chicago Fair, Douglass met the black American author Paul Laurence Dunbar. Douglas died while attending a convention for women's suffrage in 1895.
Hey, Macy.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
How are you today?
North Star.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. You're a genius.
Oh, where am I going? I gotta go this way. Next. Oh boy. Learning. Lots of learning. We're almost 2/5 of the way done. I think there was 5 of them, and we're on the second one.
Anne Maria's narrow escape. Anne Maria Weems began her life in 1840 as a black American slave. As a young girl, she was owned by a slave trader named Charles M. Price. Her mother, Arrow Weems, was a free woman working to free members of her family who were still trapped in slavery. It was important that Anne Maria be freed quickly because her owner intended to sell her. It was usually impossible to find people once they were sold into the Deep South. William Still and the lawyer J. Bigelow were contacted to help Anne Maria escape. These men were part of the Underground Railroad. This railroad moved people, but it didn't run on tracks. It was a secret system for helping runaway slaves escape to Canada, Mexico, or to Spanish-owned Florida, where they could be free. Anne Maria's owner knew that she wanted to escape. To prevent this, he made Anne Maria sleep on the floor in the same room as he and his wife. This did not stop Anne Maria. When she was 15, Anne Maria escaped. The slave owner offered $500 for her capture. The fleeing child was hidden in a secret place in Washington, D.C. The man who helped Anne Maria get to the next part of her journey was Dr. H. While waiting for him to arrive, Anne Maria was disguised as a boy and given the name Joe Wright. When Dr. H. arrived in his horse and buggy, he had Joe assume the role of coach boy. With the good doctor as her passenger, Joe drove the buggy out of town. Anne Maria's mother continued to try to get her remaining children to freedom in Canada. she had one more son who was being held as a slave in Alabama. With the help of the Underground Railroad, all of her family eventually made it to freedom.
This is a tricky question. Because it does describe her escape to freedom. It does talk about how they treat slaves.
Fantastic! You got it!
$500.
Excellent! Keep up the good work. Wonderful! You're absolutely correct.
Is there one more left in this one, I think? Or is it two more? I don't remember anymore.
With compassion for his people, Paul Dunbar wrote one of his most famous poems, Ode to Ethiopia. No other race, or white or black, when bound as thou wert to the rack, so seldom stooped to grieving. No other race, when free again, forgot the past and proved them men so noble and forgiving. Go on and up, our souls and eyes shall follow thy continuous rise. Our ears shall list thy story from bards who from thy root shall spring and proudly tune their lyres to sing of Ethiopia's glory. A Poet for Everyone. Paul Laurence Dunbar, 1872 to 1906, was born on June 27, 1872 in Dayton, Ohio, to former slaves Joshua and Matilda Dunbar. Joshua named Paul after the Apostle Paul, who was a teacher, preacher, and writer. Matilda chose the name Lawrence, which she remembered from a poem. When Paul was 5 years old, his father left the family. His mother had to raise Paul alone. By the time he entered first grade, Paul had learned how to write his name. He soon developed a love for words and rhyme. As a sophomore in high school, Paul and his friends formed a drama club to write plays and give performances in which black Americans were heroes. These performances became known as Philodramian plays. After high school, Paul took a job as an elevator operator because he was unable to find work as a writer. He wrote many poems, gave poetry readings, and in 1893 published his first successful book of poems. Soon, Paul was hired to write for a Dayton newspaper, but because he was a black American, he was not permitted to work in the office. At age 21, Paul met Joseph Douglas, the grandson of Frederick Douglass. Paul was happy to recite his poem called Ode to Ethiopia for Frederick Douglass. Paul soon became an assistant to the elder Douglass, and the two became very good friends. After Douglass's death in 1895, Dunbar continued to enjoy national fame for his poetry. Dunbar died on February 9, 1906, in Dayton at the age of 33.
That's young. Then again, life expectancy was different back then. No, it's not, Hexy. Good luck trying to get your hands on this, right? I think it was this one. Yeah, that's what I thought. I got a cat pillow. She's leaning back. There you go. A nice pillow.
You're a genius.
Book of Poems.
They say a poem here. You know what? I'm just gonna... I don't care.
Try again. You can do it.
What are you doing, cat?
Book of Poems.
Great! You got it.
Oh, you're gonna fall, kitty. You're being crazy.
Fantastic. You got it.
Yippee.
Look at this score. You beat Str.at.e.s.
Whoa. Amazing. Only gotta do it two more times.
Okay. Okay. Str.at.e.s, open sesame. Str.at.e.s, open sesame. Str.at.e.s, what's the hole up? Open up. Str.at.e.s.
What do they consider a failure?
Get me out of this thing.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Oh, thanks.
Are you okay?
Sure.
I still got 3 or 4 more of these to do.
Did you learn anything?
Yeah. Next time, pack a lunch.
I've only done 2. We've done Edmonia Lewis, Harriet Tubman. Yeah, we got 3 more to do. Next. But there's more. I gotta do it all. Same questions and everything?
Tickets. Ticket, please.
Ticket?
Yeah. You need a ticket to ride on my train.
I don't even know how I got here.
Uh-huh. No ticket, no ride. You're off at Mud Run.
Where's Mud Run? What's the date?
October 10th, 1888.
Wow. 1888.
At least this video is different.
This is
I
cool.
want to do them all though.
Jessica, can you hear me?
Yeah, and I can see you too. I'm on a train near a place called Mud Run. If you can believe it. I mean, imagine a place called Mud Run.
What's the date?
October 10th, 1888.
Just a minute. On that date, 2 passenger trains collided outside Mud Run, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow. Oh, I gotta get out of here.
Look, Jessica, play the game with Str.at.e.s. It'll get you home.
But can't you help me?
You'll have to do it yourself. Just use your head and you'll be all right.
Okay, wait, how long before we crash?
It could be any minute. Better get started.
So, you're in kind of a fix, aren't you? Well, don't worry. I'm here to help you. You're going to meet 7 people who really lived in the 19th century. Str.at.e.s created this adventure just for you. You should feel honored. This screen is called the media screen. On the top right are 5 buttons: text, video, music, art, and literature. When they're highlighted, you can click them. All 3 of the games that you're going to play are behind the text button. The counter is right below the media button. And below the counter, you can see the map button, the go back button, the OK button, and the quit button. Go ahead, look around. Remember, when you're ready to play the games, click the text button.
We'll do them all. We got this.
I know. They look awful. But how they appear is not the point. For the first time, women wearing this outfit can move around as freely as a man. In your time, some students have dress codes. Well, in my time, women had a dress code you would not believe. It consisted of whalebone corsets laced so tightly you could hardly breathe. Half a dozen layers of petticoats, and on top of all that, dresses constructed of 20 yards of fabric. Can you imagine what it was like when a soul had to answer the call of nature? These became all the rage with women and created such a ruckus with men that we crusaders for women's rights had to stop wearing them in public so we could concentrate on the real issues. But just between you and me, I still wear them in private.
Play 3 different games to get back: strategy, clue, and word. To win, you have to play all 3 games. If you don't get enough points, you might miss your senior prom. Well, just kidding. When you're ready to play a game, just click one of the 3 buttons at the top of this screen.
Yeah, wee. Or if she knew where she was looking. Fancy pants, okay.
Fancy Pants. Amelia Jinks Bloomer, 1818 to 1894, was born on May 27, 1818. She is best known for the fancy underwear that bears her name. When Amelia was about 20 years old, she became a governess in Waterloo, New York. At age 22, she met and married Dexter Bloomer, a lawyer and newspaper editor who encouraged Amelia to write for the public. Because it was unseemly for women to be published, Amelia wrote anonymously. Several years later, she helped create and publish a newspaper, The Lily, which was edited by and for women. Elizabeth Cady Stanton often contributed articles to The Lily. Susan B. Anthony also contributed and met Elizabeth through Amelia. Elizabeth and Susan later forged an important alliance for women's rights. While writing for The Lily, Amelia wrote about articles of clothing called bloomers. She promoted bloomers because they enabled women to enjoy more physical mobility than the long skirts worn at the time. Miriam Davis, a Kansas pioneer woman, wrote in her diary, "I'm wearing bloomer dresses now, can bound over the prairies like an antelope." While writing for The Lily, Amelia wrote about articles of clothing called bloomers. She promoted bloomers because they enabled women to enjoy more physical mobility than the long skirts worn at the time. Miriam Davis, a Kansas pioneer woman, wrote in her diary, "I'm wearing bloomer dresses now, can bound over the prairies like an antelope." In Seneca Falls, New York, Dexter became the postmaster and appointed Amelia assistant postmaster. Then, in 1853, Amelia and Dexter moved west to Council Bluffs, Iowa, where they raised a family. Amelia served as president of the Iowa's Woman Suffrage Society in 1871. She died on December 30th, 1894.
All set? Read the question, listen to the cyber strategy. Then, if you need to, reread the biography. Click your answer and then click OK. Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. Now, don't dawdle. Here's how to play the clue game. Each biography contains a description of one of these picture clues. When you're ready, click a clue and then highlight the word or phrase that describes it. Then click OK.
Exactly. So what are our things here?
Cotton.
Fire engine house.
Red mittens.
Poetry. White cloth bonnet. Bloomers. Black dress. Bloomers.
You're a genius.
You'd have to do 500 then 100. I don't think there's a 600. Or either that, you're bad at math. Then one of the two. One or the other. I don't know. I have things in the exact math in the document, so.
Ready? Here's how to play the word game. Listen to the cyber conversation. Then find the sentence that uses the word correctly. Click your answer. Then click OK. Fantastic! You got it.
Learning here.
Here are historic pictures of events that resulted in a constitutional amendment. It's 1917, and the 69-year drive by women for the right to vote is climaxed by this appeal at the White House. In 1869, Susan B. Anthony became chairman of the executive committee of the National Woman Suffrage Association. Statues honoring women are shown by Speaker Gillette. Center statue is Susan B. Anthony, pioneer for women's suffrage.
From 1860 to 1890, Susan B. Anthony delivered several versions of her speech on women's rights. Society is wrong which looks on labor as being any more degrading to woman than to man. The first result of this false theory is this: no woman is even educated to work. Sons are educated, while daughters are allowed to grow up mere adornments. And when the hour of necessity comes, then comes cruelty in the extreme. The woman has to skill her hands for labor and has to compete with men who have been skilled from boyhood. And not only this, but when she has attained ability to compete with them and to do just as well in every respect, she is placed at work, if at all, on half pay. Society dooms her always to a subordinate position as an inferior.
A Lifetime of Reform. Susan Brownell Anthony, 1820 to 1906, was born on February 17, 1820, into a Quaker family in Adams, Massachusetts. She was the third of 6 children. Her father was a passionate anti-slavery supporter. Encouraged by her parents, Susan began teaching at age 17. When she was 30 years old, she stopped being a teacher and eventually became an international leader of women's rights. During Susan's rise to national fame, she became friends with Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Amelia Jinks Bloomer. Susan became a prominent speaker for both women's rights and for anti-slavery. Many Quakers of this time had strong anti-slavery values. As the founder of the Women's National Loyal League, Susan challenged President Lincoln's hesitation to grant immediate, unconditional emancipation to all slaves. By 1870, Susan was a very popular speaker. She focused her efforts on everything from marriage to slavery to working women and suffrage. Whenever she gave a speech, she wore the same black dress so as not to detract from her message. Susan traveled to Europe when she was 50 years old and began an international women's movement. This movement led to the formation of the International Council of Women. Susan believed this accomplishment to be the height of her career. At the age of 80, Susan retired from the presidency of the
National Woman Suffrage Association,
NWSA. Susan B. Anthony succeeded in making changes in laws regarding women's property rights. Her efforts blazed the trail for the passage of the 19th Amendment, the law which gave women the right to vote. Susan died on March 13, 1906, at the age of 86.
A long life.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
black dress,
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. You're a genius.
God, so much more to do. It never ends.
For who will forget those lines? Blessings on thee, little man, barefoot boy with cheek of tan. From my heart I give thee joy. I was once a barefoot boy. Rise now. I give you, on his great 70th anniversary, the wood thrush of Essex, John Greenleaf Whittier.
John Greenleaf Whittier, the poet, wrote Snowbound, a winter idyll. The sun that brief December day rose cheerless over hills of gray, and, darkly circled, gave at noon a sadder light than waning moon, slow tracing down the thickening sky its mute and ominous prophecy, a portent seeming less than threat. It sank from sight before it set. A chill no coat, however stout, of homespun stuff could quite shut out a hard, dull bitterness of cold.
Oh, the old dogs are moving, moving. The old dogs are moving, and I thank God. How many days did the water fall? 40 days and 19 hours. Oh, the dogs are moving, moving. The old dogs are moving, and I thank God.
Abolitionist poet. John Greenleaf Whittier, 1807 to 1892, was a poet and an abolitionist born December 17, 1807. He grew up on a farm in Haverhill, Massachusetts, and received little education. After reading the poetry of Robert Burns, Whittier was inspired to become a writer. He preferred writing poetry, but as a young man found work with a newspaper. During this time, he met William Lloyd Garrison and became involved in the anti-slavery cause. Whittier published an abolition pamphlet, Justice and Expediency. He devoted his next 30 years to abolition, often risking his life. Whittier edited abolitionist journals, wrote poems and pamphlets, and spoke in public. He developed close friendships with other abolitionists, including Henry and Elizabeth Stanton. When the Kansas-Nebraska Act passed, John was angry. This act permitted new territories coming into the Union to decide for themselves whether or not to allow slavery. He joined William Cullen Bryant and Horace Greeley in encouraging anti-slavery settlers to move to Kansas. When Daniel Webster spoke out in defense of the act and the Fugitive Slave Bill, John was shocked and disappointed. He had admired Daniel Webster and felt very sad at the great man's statements. John wrote Ichabod, a political poem that reacts to Webster's speech. After the Civil War, John settled down in Amesbury, Massachusetts. He continued writing poetry and died on September 7, 1892.
All right.
Fantastic! You got it!
Poetry.
me double check.
Excellent. Keep up the good work. Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
Next.
In her book, Journal of a Residence on a Georgian Plantation, in 1838 to 1839, Frances Kimball wrote, I have had several women at the house today asking for advice and help for their sick children. They all came from number 2, as they call it. That is the settlement or cluster of Negro huts nearest to the main one, where we may be said to reside. In the afternoon, I went thither and found a great many little children ailing. There had been an unusual mortality among them at this particular settlement this winter.
Okay, on to what's going on with this one.
Actress with a Cause. Frances Ann Kimball, 1809 to 1893, was born on November 27th into a famous English theatrical family. Fanny, as she was known, toured the United States as a young actress with her father, Roger Kimball. She was an immediate success. She developed friendships with influential people such as Henry James, Lucretia Mott, and Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. As time went on, Fanny also became well known for her comments on American culture and slavery. Fanny left the stage to marry a wealthy American named Pierce Meese Butler. Butler lived in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where he and Fanny made their life together. Fanny did not know the source of her husband's wealth when she married him. She soon found out that he was the landlord of some large cotton and rice plantations in the South. Together with his brother, John Butler, he owned about 700 slaves. Fanny visited the plantations for the first time with her husband and their 2 young daughters. Fanny was shocked by how the slaves were treated. Her marriage ended in divorce because she would not accept slavery. After the divorce, Fanny was only allowed to see her little girls for 2 months a year. Fanny managed to make a good living for herself. She found great success when she returned to the stage. She also wrote 3 books that describe life in America and her abhorrence of slavery. Her writings were an important contribution to anti-slavery literature. She was considered an expert on the impact of slavery on women. She died in London on January 15, 1893, at the age of 84.
You're a genius.
Cotton.
Fantastic. You got it. Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Next.
John Brown's body lies a moldering in his grave. John Brown's body lies a moldering in his grave. John Brown's body lies a moldering in his grave. His soul is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is marching on.
Forceful attempts at freedom. John Brown, 1800 to 1859, was born on May 9, 1800, in Torrington, Connecticut, and grew up in Ohio. He helped slaves escape to Canada through the Underground Railroad, and once hid with them at the home of Allan Pinkerton. He also helped organize groups to protect fugitive slaves. In 1855, Brown followed 5 of his sons to Kansas. Kansas was a pro-slavery state, and John was involved in the massacre of 5 pro-slavery settlers. He justified this violence with the belief that it was his sacred responsibility to liberate the slaves by force. John chose Harper's Ferry, Virginia, as the place to make an anti-slavery attack. He and a group of 21 raiders, including 2 of his sons, seized the fire engine house of Harper's Ferry. Colonel Robert E. Lee and federal troops battered down the door of the fire engine house. 13 of the raiders were killed, including Brown's sons. John Brown was tried for treason, convicted, and sentenced to death. On December 2, 1859, he was put to death by hanging.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
Fire engine house.
You're a genius. Fantastic. You got it.
Slowly moving through this. Just gotta think that I'm slowly getting closer, slowly working my way through it.
But public opinion was divided, and the fight of the suffragettes hit the front pages regularly.
A Quiet Courage. Lucretia Coffin Mott, 1793 to 1880, was born on January 3, 1793. She grew up in Nantucket, Rhode Island, and attended schools in Boston, Massachusetts, and Poughkeepsie, New York. Her first job was as an unpaid teacher. She married James Mott, a liberal Quaker, and they raised 6 children. She was often seen speaking in and out of the Quaker meeting house, wearing her white cloth bonnet. Mott always demonstrated her quiet courage. Once, she led women from a burning building after Maria Chapman's speech in 1838. Mott, like her longtime friends Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, made her mark as a suffragist and an abolitionist. Lucretia helped establish the Anti-Slavery Convention of Women and attended many anti-slavery meetings. Mott was criticized for inviting Black Americans to her home. Nevertheless, Mott remained a symbol of the moral force of feminism and other needed reforms. She volunteered her home as a station on the Underground Railroad. A loyal Quaker, Lucretia Mott took many journeys both north and south to speak on topics such as justice, liberty, and equality. Lucretia Mott died on November 11, 1880, at the age of 87.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
white cloth bonnet.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. You're a genius.
Okay. One more here in this one.
Across the Atlantic, the movement in the United States had started in 1848, when Elizabeth Cady Stanton had drawn up a Declaration of Rights for Women. Susan B. Anthony and Mrs. Stanton led the fight for women's suffrage for the next 50 years.
In 1875, Elizabeth Cady Stanton delivered her speech, Home Life, in which she called for equality between husbands and wives. This is woman's transition period from slavery to freedom, and all these social upheavings before which the wisest and bravest stand appalled are but necessary incidents in her progress to equality. This same law of equality that has revolutionized the state and the church is now knocking at the door of our homes. And sooner or later, there too it must do its work. Let us one and all wisely bring ourselves into line with this great law. For man will gain as much as woman by an equal companionship in the nearest and holiest relations of life.
You may wear your silks and satin, go when and where you please. Make embroidery and tatting and live quite at your ease. You may go to ball and concert in gaudy hat and coat. In fact, my charming creatures do everything but vote. You may visit ball and concert in gaudy hat and coat. In fact, my charming creatures do everything but vote.
Dedicated to women's rights. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, 1815 to 1902, was born on November 12, 1815. Coming from a wealthy family, Stanton had opportunities available to few women of her time. She studied Greek language and mathematics and learned to ride a horse. On Sundays, she and her 4 sisters wore red hoods, red stockings, and red mittens. Elizabeth was only 15 when she graduated from the village academy, the only girl in the class. She attended Emma Willard's female seminary for 2 years and continued to educate herself. As a young person, Elizabeth saw women who wanted to escape difficult situations in their lives, and she heard slaves speak of their own hardships. These memories affected her deeply. She fought earnestly for emancipation and women's rights throughout her life. When she was 25 years old, she married Henry Stanton. On their honeymoon, they traveled to London, England, to attend an anti-slavery convention. While in London, Elizabeth met Lucretia Mott, another women's rights activist. John Greenleaf Whittier, a close friend of Henry and Elizabeth Stanton, dedicated a volume of his anti-slavery poems to Henry. In 1843, the Stantons moved to Boston, Massachusetts. Henry practiced law, and Elizabeth became an active abolitionist. She attended the annual conventions of the Anti-Slavery Society. In 1846, the Stantons moved to Seneca Falls, New York, where many reformers had settled. Elizabeth was the prime force behind the Seneca Falls Women's Rights Convention of 1848. She worked with 5 women, including Lucretia Mott, on what would be presented to the attendees. 300 men and women attended the convention, and the women's rights movement began. The Stantons participated in many abolition meetings. At one meeting, they met the Hutchinson family singers, who associated their singing activities with social causes such as abolition. Elizabeth wrote a pamphlet, The Slave's Appeal, that condemned slavery and encouraged defiance of the Fugitive Slave Act. Elizabeth died in 1902 after a life of fighting for social causes.
I didn't really need to read that again. I could just look at the answers, but whatever. Whatever.
Fantastic! You got it!
Red mittens.
Excellent! Keep up the good work. Wonderful! You're absolutely correct.
Yippee, perfect score.
Look at this score. You beat Str.at.e.s.
Stafford, I made it! I made it!
I'm glad
you made it back. So, how was it?
I was terrified. I was petrified. I was mesmerized. When can I go back?
You know, in these trips, it's not like they did anything while they were there. They literally just showed up there and then, well, let me take out my little device and look at that the entire time. Two more.
Keep your head down, the redcoats have spotted us.
The redcoats?
British soldiers, they're trying to blow up our gunpowder. Come on, we gotta get out of here. We won't be any good to Old Hickory in little pieces. Come on, let's get.
Max, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What happened?
Never mind the details. Where are you?
In the middle of a war. There's redcoats on one side and somebody called Old Hickory on the other.
Old Hickory was a nickname for General Andrew Jackson. You must be in the War of 1812.
Great. This is all very interesting, and I'm really learning a lot, but I really think I should be getting back.
Max, all you have to do is play the Str.at.e.s game and you can get back.
How do I play?
Str.at.e.s will show you how. Better hurry.
I'm in the middle of a war where there's all sorts of stuff everywhere, right?
So, you're in...
And things going on. Instead of doing anything, I'm just gonna play with my little toy here. I'm not gonna take anything home with me, nothing. Not gonna worry about anyone shooting me. We'll just, you know.
I have the impression that some in the audience did not appreciate my lecture on the evils of slavery. No matter. It is the same talk I have given in countless towns and hamlets to very similar responses. I have been assaulted by every manner of fruit and vegetable, pepper, spitballs, and on one occasion I was almost rendered unconscious by a book. But I will continue to share my thoughts with the public no matter how much some ruffians may object. I am the favorite subject of editorial writers, such as that chivalrous scribe of the Boston Post who recently wrote, "A name like Courteous shall be his, on fame's loud trumpet blown, who with a wedding kiss shuts up the mouth of Lucy Stone." But it appears I have had the last word after all. I have married recently and kept my own name.
Yeah, it is. You guys did want a break from basketball, though, so here's your basketball break.
In Disappointment is the Lot of Woman, Lucy Stone wrote about women's rights. From the first years to which my memory stretches, I have been a disappointed woman. When, with my brothers, I reached forth after the sources of knowledge, I was reproved with, "It isn't fit for you. It doesn't belong to women." Then there was but one college in the world where women were admitted, and that was in Brazil. I would have found my way there, but by the time I was prepared to go, one was open in the young state of Ohio. The first in the United States where women and Negroes could enjoy opportunities with white men. I was disappointed when I came to seek a profession worthy an immortal being. Every employment was closed to me, except those of the teacher, the seamstress, and the housekeeper. In education, in marriage, in religion, in everything, disappointment is the lot of woman. It shall be the business of my life to deepen this disappointment in every woman's heart until she bows down to it no longer. I wish that women, instead of being talking showcases, instead of begging their fathers and brothers the latest and gayest new bonnet, would ask of them their rights.
Met a little country girl, 18 years old, she said. Her eyes were black, her hair was jet, and she sadly to me said, yes, Papa votes, but Mama can't. Oh no, not yet, not yet. No matter what the others think, I am a suffragette.
To play 3 different games to get back.
Yeah, we know the drill already.
An independent. Lucy Stone, 1818 to 1893, was born on August 13, 1818, on a farm near West Brookfield, Massachusetts. She was the 8th of 9 children. As Lucy grew up, she was told by her family that she couldn't do many things because she was a girl. Lucy's father refused to pay her expenses for college. Determined to be independent, she washed dishes and swept floors for 3 cents an hour to pay for college. Lucy entered Mary Lyons Mount Holyoke Seminary in Massachusetts in 1839. Lucy got into trouble at Mount Holyoke for circulating copies of William Lloyd Garrison's Liberator, an abolitionist newspaper. Unfortunately, Lucy had to leave Mount Holyoke after only 3 months because of a death in the family.
Have a good one, Hexie. Don't have too rough a day at work.
Later, Lucy worked as a teacher to earn money to enable her to attend Oberlin College in Ohio. While at Oberlin, Lucy taught fugitive slaves to read and write. When Lucy met William Lloyd Garrison and Stephen and Abby Foster, they were so impressed with her speaking ability that they offered her a job as a lecturer for the American Anti-Slavery Society after graduation. As a speaker, she was greeted with spitballs, drenched with water, and hit with a prayer book. But she remained devoted. Lucy also worked and gave speeches for the women's rights movement. In 1855, Lucy married Henry Blackwell, the brother of Elizabeth Blackwell, and kept her maiden name. For a long time after that, women who kept their maiden names after marriage were called Lucy Stoners. Later, she formed the American Woman Suffrage Association, AWSA, with Julia Ward Howe. Lucy died on October 18, 1893, and was the first person to be cremated in New England. Her ashes are in the Forest Hills Cemetery Chapel in Massachusetts.
I mean, there's definitely some interesting history knowledge here, right? There are a lot of things. That's kind of cool. They definitely really go into it in this one.
All set? Read the question.
And we know the drill. We know the drill. Yeah, well, we'll see. There's still plenty left to play down the line, right, Hippolito?
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
We're more than half done with this one, though, so...
Now, don't dawdle. Here's how to play the clue game.
Yes, I know how this goes.
Infirmary.
Boot. Liberator.
The Battle Hymn of the Republic. Buffalo.
Touch language.
Atlantic Monthly.
Liberator.
You're a genius. Ready? Here's how to play the word game. Listen to the cyber conversation, then find the sentence. Fantastic! You got it!
Okay, next one.
In the speech, Woman and Suffrage, Julia Ward Howe named 12 reasons that women should be given the vote. It gives women a position of increased dignity and worth. It leads to improvement of laws. It allows women to bring their influence to bear on legislation more quickly. It leads to the defeat of bad candidates. It broadens women's minds. It makes elections and political meetings more orderly. It makes it easier to secure liberal appropriations for educational and humanitarian purposes. It opens to women important positions now closed to them because they are not electors. It increases the number of women chosen to such offices as are already open to them. It raises the average of political honesty among the voters. It tends to modify a too exclusively commercial view of public affairs. It binds the family more closely together.
Only slightly short-changing me.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed his faithful lightning, his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
Is that better, Hippolito? I know you like your stats.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Julia Ward Howe, 1819 to 1910, was born on May 27, 1819, in New York City, New York. She had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Their mother died when Julia was 6. Their father, Samuel Ward, was strict, but he made sure they had a good education. Julia studied languages, literature, art, and music, and spoke fluent French before she could read or write. Julia enjoyed writing poetry. She published some of her poems when she was only 14 years old. After reading a positive review of his daughter's work, Julia's father remarked, "This is my little girl who knows about books and articles and has it printed, but I wish she knew more about housekeeping." Julia married Dr. Samuel Gridley Howe when she was 24 years old. He was 20 years older than Julia. Dr. Howe was the director of a school for the blind. One of his most famous students was Laura Bridgman, a deaf and blind girl. Dr. Howe did not want Julia to write and insisted that a woman's place was in the home. However, Samuel was an important social reformer, and Julia became knowledgeable about causes including abolition, prison reform, and education of the handicapped. Julia continued to write secretly. She published her first volume of poetry anonymously in 1854. Julia also wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic. The song soon became popular with the Union troops, the public, and the abolitionist movement. Over the years, she was a member of almost 20 clubs and associations. One of the clubs she joined was the New England Woman Suffrage Club, where she met Lucy Stone. She then co-founded the American Woman Suffrage Association with Lucy in 1869. Julia might best be remembered for initiating Mother's Day on June 2, 1878. This day honored mothers who had lost sons in the Civil War and other wars. She died on October 17, 1910, at the age of 91.
I learned a lot of things from this article, a lot of stuff I didn't know. I mean, I learned things from other articles too, but this was an interesting one, for sure.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
This has been pretty good so far, a lot of good knowledge in here.
The Battle Hymn of the Republic.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. You're a genius.
And I let her see, by putting her hand on my face, how we talk with our mouths. With the hand in this position, I made the vowel E. Mm. She felt it. E. Mm. Then I made... She feels it with the finger on her lip, on my lips. Then I put the two letters together to form the word it, and the first word was learned.
Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote a poem that honored Howe for his life's work. He touched the eyelids of the blind, and lo, the veil withdrew. And o'er the midnight of the mind he let the light of dawn. No labored love, no sculptured art such hallowed memory needs. His tablet is the human heart, his record, living deeds. A dedicated teacher. Samuel Gridley Howe, 1801 to 1876, was born on November 10, 1801, in Boston, Massachusetts. He is best remembered for his groundbreaking work with blind and deaf individuals. Samuel graduated from Harvard Medical School in Cambridge, Massachusetts. He became the director of the New England Asylum for the Blind, which became the Perkins School. His most well-known student was 7-year-old Laura Bridgman, who was blind and deaf. She learned to read, write, and speak using touch language. Howe invented the touch language that was later used by Anne Sullivan to educate Helen Keller. He also participated in many reforms, such as education of the developmentally delayed, public education, prison reform, and treatment of the mentally disabled. Dr. Howe was a dedicated abolitionist, as was his wife, Julia Ward Howe. He served on the Boston Vigilance Committee to protect fugitive slaves. He also worked to aid free state settlers in Kansas. When Howe died in 1876, his many interests and his dedication to reform had an impact on a wide spectrum of people. His influence has not been forgotten.
Fantastic! You got it!
Touch language.
Excellent. Keep up the good work. Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
Let's see, if I think about 7 in each one, 4 left in this, and 7 in the last one, so 11 more of these to do. Ugh.
Artificially acquired monotone is interpreted by Miss Thompson for those children with partial or aided hearing.
Every step I'm going to roll with you out your again. I know every step of the road you are taking. And I'll put my lips down to this and will you. And when you go out to life's struggles and adventures, you will raise a banner. You will raise a banner. Who follow you. For the deaf who follow you.
The Manual Alphabet. Laura Dewey Bridgman, 1829 to 1889, was born on December 21st, 1829, in Etna, New Hampshire. She was the third of 8 children. Laura, at the age of 2, was stricken with scarlet fever. Laura's sight and hearing were destroyed, and her senses of smell and taste were impaired. Not until she was 4 years old was she able to sit upright all day. Laura's only toy was an old boot, which she fondled like a doll. By following her mother's motions, Laura learned to sew, knit, and braid. A handyman, Asa Tenney, became her constant companion. Asa communicated with her using a system of signs. Dr. Samuel Gridley Howe was director of the Perkins Institution, a school for the blind in Boston, Massachusetts. To prove to people that it could be done, Dr. Howe wanted to teach a pupil who was deaf and blind. At the time, popular theory was that deaf and blind people could not be taught. Dr. Howe got permission from Laura's parents to bring her to his institute. Howe labeled common objects with raised lettering. Letter by letter, Laura learned the printed alphabet. The Braille system had not yet been developed. Laura left the institution at age 20 to return home. After so many years in the institution, however, she was unable to adjust to home life. She returned to the institute, where she lived the remainder of her life on a small income left to her by Dr. Howe. Scientists and medical doctors were interested in Laura Bridgman. As a result, she was one of the most widely studied individuals of the 19th century. In fact, Dr. Henry H. Donaldson made a detailed anatomical study of her brain that is a landmark in the literature of neurology. Her significance, however, is more than scientific. Laura was an important example of how people with disabilities could accomplish whatever they desired.
You're a genius.
yeah, the boots. That was
Boot.
here. Boot. The toy boot.
Fantastic! You got it. Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Alright guys, I'll be like super quick, only like a minute, so I'm not even gonna put up like a be right back thing. I'll be back just a minute. Alright, on to the next one. Bye, kitty. You wanna come up here? Come on.
New physician tradition. 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 New
What the hell is
physician
this?
tradition. New physician tradition. New physician tradition. Elizabeth
Oh, good.
Blackwell, 1821 to 1910,
That was broken.
became the first female doctor in the United States. Her entire life, she supported equality between the genders and encouraged the presence of women in the medical profession. Elizabeth was born one of 9 children on February 3, 1821, in Bristol, England. Her father, Samuel, was a social reformer who moved his family to the United States after his sugar refinery was destroyed by fire. The principle of equality was a guiding rule in the Blackwell home. The Blackwell children were educated at home with a private tutor. Elizabeth's parents were unusual because they believed that men and women should be treated as equals. They insisted that all their children be taught the same challenging subjects at the same pace. As an adult, Elizabeth decided to become a physician. After years of reading medical books and being mentored by 2 doctors, she applied to medical schools. She was rejected repeatedly, primarily because she was a woman. Prejudice against women was one of many obstacles she had to overcome. Finally, the Geneva Medical College in New York State accepted Elizabeth's application. It was the student body that actually voted to accept Blackwell. They did so accidentally, believing her application to be a joke sent to them from a rival school. When they realized the serious nature of her request for enrollment, they welcomed Elizabeth. Blackwell was a serious student. She graduated at the top of her class and became the first woman to earn a medical degree in the United States. Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell opened the New York Infirmary for Women and Children with her sister, Dr. Emily Blackwell, and with Dr. Marie Zakruska. She also opened a nurses' training school and the first medical school for women in the United States. Elizabeth Blackwell died in England at the age of 89.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
Buffalo.
Infirmary.
You're a genius. Fantastic. You got it.
James Russell Lowell wrote about Abby Foster in his poem, Letter from Boston. A Judith there, turned Quakeress, sits Abby in her modest dress, serving a table quietly, as if that mild and downcast eye flashed never, with its scorn intense, more than Medea's eloquence. So the same force which shakes its dread, far blazing locks or Aetna's head, along the wires in silence fares, and messages of commerce bears, no nobler gift of heart and brain, no life more white from spot or stain, was e'er on freedom's altar laid than hers, the simple Quaker maid.
Fair harbor thy sons to thy jubilee throne, and with blessings surrender thee o'er. By these festival rites from the age that is past to the age that is waiting before. O relic and type of our ancestors' worth, that is long in their memory more. First flower of wilderness, star of their night, come rising through change and through storm.
A Writing We Will Go. James Russell Lowell, 1819 to 1891, born on February 22, 1819, was one of the finest New England poets of the 19th century. Lowell came from a distinguished family. When he was a child, his home had a large library. Lowell enjoyed reading and started studying literature at an early age. He went to Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to study law. Records show that Lowell was not a strong student. He later wrote that he loved to read nearly everything except those books prescribed by the faculty. He was elected class poet and became editor of the college magazine. Lowell changed his mind about being a lawyer, and after graduating from school, became a writer. At the age of 25, Lowell married Maria White, who was an abolitionist like Lucy Stone. During their marriage, Lowell often wrote about abolition, temperance, and women's suffrage. His essays on these topics brought him a great deal of attention. Lowell's wife died when he was 38, and he later married Frances Dunlap. Lowell wrote a series of humorous papers called the Biglow Papers that became very popular. This series dealt with his strong feelings against the Mexican War. Lowell believed that the South was trying to take over portions of Mexico to use as slavery territory. Lowell experienced success as a writer, but he experienced pain and disappointment in his family life. 3 of his 4 children, his wife, and his mother all died within a 6-year period. After this period, he traveled to Europe and continued working. Lowell was chosen to follow Henry Wadsworth Longfellow as a professor at Harvard. He was also the first editor of the Atlantic Monthly. By the end of his career, Lowell was regarded by Americans as the most distinguished man of letters in America. He died on August 12, 1891, at the age of 72.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
That's right, gal. Educational games. There's been some interesting stuff in this one, though. A lot of good knowledge.
Atlantic Monthly.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
So you were robbed, Hippolito. No matching for you. But we did have to match clues and words. Matching. Where's where they got things ready to go. It's not what you were looking for. Technically still
genius.
applies, right? How you doing, Gal?
By 1890, most Indians had been confined to reservations, and the dwindling Indian population was no match for an even more powerful federal government, and Indian lands continued to be reduced in size.
It's 4. We got one more after this one.
Fighting for her people. Susan LaFlèche, 1865 to 1915, was born on June 17, 1865, the daughter of Inchtamazzi, the last of the Omaha chiefs. Inchtamazzi, the son of a French trader and an Osage woman, was also known as Joseph LaFlèche. He wanted his children to understand and respect their Native American traditions, but he also believed a formal education was very important. Susan attended the Elizabeth Institute for Young Women, the Hampton Institute, and finally the Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania. Susan LaFlèche became the first Native American female doctor. LaFlèche was hired by the United States government to work with the Omaha Indians. She traveled by horseback to visit her patients. Susan treated them for the normal aches and pains, as well as for cholera, dysentery, and influenza. She also spent much of her life trying to call attention to the disease of alcoholism. Susan went to Washington, D.C. to lobby for a ban on alcohol on reservations. She also went on lecture tours to tell people about the terrible living conditions of Native Americans on reservations. She told of how her people had been demoralized by the loss of their homelands and the buffalo. Susan lobbied for laws to improve the quality of life on reservations and to reduce government intervention. She also fought for laws that would help eradicate tuberculosis. Susan married Henry Picotte in 1894 and moved to Bancroft, Nebraska. She started a medical practice and raised her 2 sons, Carl and Pierre. When Henry died, she moved to Walt Hill, Nebraska, where she founded a hospital. This hospital was renamed after her when she died in 1915.
Fantastic! You got it!
Buffalo.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Passed by that too many times. Oops.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. Look at this score. You beat Str.at.e.s.
Yeah.
I finished. I finished. Now what? Oh, no!
Looks like you made it.
What?
It must have been scary.
Sorry, I've got homework to do.
I'm glad you got back safely.
No thanks. I'm not hungry.
Anyway, welcome back.
Oh, hi, Miss Stafford.
Some horrible acting. Just the timing with the hands covering the ears. One more to go.
Tickets. Ticket, please.
Ticket?
Yeah. You need a ticket to ride on my train.
I don't even know how I got here.
Uh-huh. No ticket, no ride. You're off at Mud Run.
Where's Mud Run? What's the date?
October 10th, 1888.
Wow. 1888. This is cool.
Jessica, can you hear me?
Yeah, and I can see you too. I'm on a train near a place called Mud Run. If you can believe it. I mean, imagine a place called Mud Run.
What's the date?
October 10th, 1888.
Just a minute. On that date, two passenger trains collided outside Mud Run, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow. I gotta get out of here.
Look, Jessica, play the game with Str.at.e.s. It'll get you home.
But can't you help me?
You'll have to do it yourself. Just use your head and you'll be all right.
Okay, wait, how long before we crash?
It could be any minute. Better get started.
Whole premise of this game: we're gonna get you killed unless you learn your history, or you're dead. So weird.
The cause, abolitionism. The paper, the Liberator.
Garrison, thou canst be sure I am for thy cause, wholeheartedly. But is it so necessary for me to take an active part at this time.
In a few short years, your words and fame as an editor and a molder of men's minds has spread all over New England. You hold the balance of power here in North Essex. Abolitionism needs you now.
We ask not that the slave should lie, as lies his master at his ease, beneath the silken canopy, or in the shade of blooming trees.
Play 3 different games to get back.
The Liberator. William Lloyd Garrison, 1805 to 1879, was born on December 10, 1805 in Newburyport, Massachusetts. He was the youngest of 5 children. When William was 11 years old, he worked as a shoemaker's apprentice and a cabinet maker to help support himself. Then he was indentured to Ephraim W. Allen, editor of the Newburyport Herald newspaper, and discovered his true vocation. He began to write articles for the newspaper. William was a strong supporter of the abolition movement. In 1830, he served 7 weeks in jail for his comments against a ship owner who was a slave trader. After his release, he said, "I have a system to destroy, and I have no time to waste." On January 1st, 1831, William published the first issue of his newspaper, The Liberator, in Boston, Massachusetts. He called for emancipation and was a founder of the New England and American anti-slavery societies. Garrison was one of the leading abolitionists who went on speaking tours. Once, a mob attacked him at an anti-slavery meeting and dragged him through the streets. A young lawyer, Wendell Phillips, who had no ties to the abolition movement, witnessed the attack and was so outraged that he joined the anti-slavery cause. William's editorials and speeches influenced many people, such as Sarah Remond, the Grimke. William's editorials and speeches influenced many people, such as Sarah Remond, the Grimke sisters, and Lucretia Mott. Garrison's newspaper outraged slave owners. William continued to fight for abolition. By the end of the war, he felt his mission had been accomplished, and he ceased publication of his newspaper. William Garrison died on May 24, 1879, in New York City, New York.
All set? Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. Now, don't dawdle. Here's how to play the clue game.
Pillow. Tribune. Charleston.
Atlantic Ocean.
Italy. The Liberator.
Amendments.
Tribune. The Liberator.
You're a genius. Ready? Here's how to play the word game. Listen to the cyber conversation, then find the sentence that... Fantastic! You got it!
Six more left.
Henry James wrote The Ambassadors in 1903. In Chapter 2, he talks about life. Live all you can. It's a mistake not to. It doesn't so much matter what you do in particular, so long as you have your life. If you haven't had that, what have you had? What one loses, Make no mistake about that. The right time is any time that one is still so lucky as to have. Live! The realist of writers. Henry James, 1843 to 1916, was born on April 15, 1843 in New York City, New York, to a wealthy family. His father lectured and wrote primarily about religious matters. James was educated by private teachers. By the age of 18, James had crossed the Atlantic Ocean 6 times and had lived in France, England, Switzerland, and Germany. He entered Harvard Law School in Cambridge, Massachusetts in 1862. While at Harvard, the influence of Charles Eliot Norton and William Dean Howells made him decide that literature would be his life's work. James, like the writer John Milton Hay, gained experience by writing for Horace Greeley's New York Tribune. Henry James is credited with the development of literary realism. He was a productive writer with international stature. He wrote 22 novels, more than 100 tales, 15 plays, 10 books of criticism, 7 travel books, 3 autobiographical volumes, and 2 biographies. James wrote about society, artists, and writers, rather than about the workaday lives of most Americans. Because of this, some people believed him to be snobbish, even to the point of showing insolence toward others. Despite all of this, his work had an important influence on other major writers. He moved to London in 1867 and remained there until his death on February 28, 1916. His ashes were taken to the United States and buried in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Tribune.
Think about it, then try again.
I had a feeling since it said New York in there, it wasn't going to be that, but I was like, why not? Let's just see if we can do the lazy way.
Atlantic Ocean.
Oh,
Great!
no.
You got it!
All I ever do.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
Wonderful.
Who's Hay? John Milton Hay, 1838 to 1905, was born on October 8, 1838, in Pike County, Illinois. Hay's family lived on the Mississippi River, 60 miles from where Mark Twain was growing up. In many ways, Hay's and Twain's boyhoods were similar. Later in life, the two men would become good friends. Hay attended Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, to study law. At first, he found school very difficult. Hay did not have spending money like other students. His Midwestern accent and clothes caused him to be teased by many of his wealthier classmates from the East. To Hay's advantage, he had a sense of humor and excelled in his studies. One of his classmates recalled that it was the general opinion that Hay put his book under his pillow and had the contents thereof absorbed and digested by morning. Hay was elected class poet, and in the end decided his college days were the happiest in his life. After graduation from Brown University, Hay practiced law in Springfield, Illinois, in an office next door to Abraham Lincoln's. When Lincoln was elected president, he employed Hay as his assistant private secretary. Hay later joined Horace Greeley's staff at the New York Tribune. While working for the Tribune with the great writer Henry James, Hay wrote some ballads that told the tale of a Mississippi steamboat captain. Later, when he became United States ambassador to Great Britain and then Secretary of State, Hay was a little embarrassed by the great popularity of his ballads. Hay died on July 1st, 1905. He is mostly remembered for his proposal for the open-door policy in China and for treaties that secured American control of the Panama Canal Zone.
You're a genius.
Tribune.
Try again. You can do it.
I hate this game sometimes. Oh well. Not surprised. What did this say?
Pillow. Charleston. Pillow.
Hello.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Let's go.
Fantastic. You got it.
Next.
Early motion pictures had a field day with the suffragettes.
Angelina Emily Grimke describes the meaning of emancipation in a letter to Catherine E. Beecher. Dost thou ask what I mean by emancipation? I will explain myself in a few words. 1. It is to reject with indignation the wild and guilty fantasy that man can hold property in man. 2. To pay the laborer his hire, for he is worthy of it. 3. No longer to deny him the right of marriage, but to let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband, as saith the apostle. 4. To let parents have their own children, for they are the gift of the Lord to them, and no one else has any right to them. 5. No longer to withhold the advantages of education and the privilege of reading the Bible. 6. to put the slave under the protection of equitable laws. A Bold Sisterhood. Sarah, 1792 to 1873, and Angelina, 1805 to 1879, Grimke, were both raised on their family's estate in Charleston, South Carolina, a city known for its pro-slavery beliefs. Sarah was born on November 26, 1792. Sarah's family owned slaves, but she believed that slavery was a terrible institution. When she was 8 years old, Sarah taught a family slave how to read and write, even though it was illegal for slaves to be literate. Sarah also wanted to improve her own education, but this was not allowed because she was a girl. These laws made Sarah angry. Angelina Grimke was born on February 20th, 1805. Because their mother fell ill during childbirth, Sarah had to raise Angelina. As a result, Angelina grew up learning Sarah's beliefs. Angelina read William Lloyd Garrison's abolitionist newspaper, The Liberator, which inspired her to write letters and essays that Garrison then published. Although abolitionists enjoyed her writings, people in Charleston did not. After the publication of her first essay, Angelina was banished from her hometown. The Grimke sisters went on tour. Their lectures were controversial because they spoke in favor of equal rights and because women were not supposed to give public lectures. The sisters rallied against the evils of slavery with other noted abolitionists such as Sarah P. Remond and Wendell Phillips. They also encouraged women in their audiences to speak out for their beliefs and for their equal rights. The Grimkes lectured for several years until they moved to a house on the Hudson River near New York City, New York. Angelina married Dr. Sylvester Graham, the inventor of the graham cracker. Sarah lived with Angelina and Dr. Graham until she died in 1873. Angelina died 6 years later.
Think about it, then try again.
Really shouldn't lazy this, should I, huh? Oh, fine.
Good work. You're great.
Charleston.
Excellent. Keep up the good work. Wonderful. Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
Oh, 3 more left. Oh, and then we're done with this. Let's go.
Israel was in Egypt's land, let my people go. Oppressed so hard they could not stand, let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt's land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go.
Speaking for Freedom. Sarah Parker Remond, 1826 to 1894, was born in Salem, Massachusetts. As a Black American, she was refused admittance to an all-white American school in Salem. As a result, her family relocated to Newport, Rhode Island, where Sarah and her siblings could attend a private school. At the age of 16, Sarah joined her brother, Charles Lennox Remond, on the anti-slavery lecture circuit. They stayed with friends to avoid the heartless and vulgar prejudice of hotel owners. She was quite successful in the West, where there was less prejudice against Black Americans and where it was easier to find hotel accommodations. Sarah was hired as a lecturer for the American Anti-Slavery Society, which was founded by William Lloyd Garrison. Her efforts were a factor in rallying British abolitionists to keep their nation from joining the Confederacy's cause against the Union. She was the first Black American woman that many Europeans encountered. Sarah and her brother continued to lecture in Britain during the Civil War. They wrote a report called The Negroes as Freedmen and Soldiers. While in Britain, Sarah also visited with famous ex-slaves William and Ellen Craft and helped form the London Emancipation Committee. In 1871, Remond obtained a medical degree in Florence, Italy. She lived the rest of her life there, marrying and practicing medicine. Sarah died in 1894 at the age of 68. She was buried in Rome.
You're a genius.
Italy.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's crazy what you learn. You never know. Yeah, it's all just a nutty stuff out there. Learn a lot of stuff from this. A lot of things I didn't know.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
An advocate for justice. Wendell Phillips, 1811 to 1884, was born in Boston, Massachusetts on November 29, 1811. After studying law at Harvard University, he established a reputation as the abolition movement's most eloquent speaker. Phillips married Anne Terry Green, a follower of William Lloyd Garrison. Wendell gained fame and wide recognition in 1837 while speaking at Faneuil Hall in Boston. He denounced the pro-slavery mob that killed the abolitionist editor Elijah Parrish Lovejoy. Wendell was a strong leader in the American Anti-Slavery Society. He even went so far as to attack the United States Constitution because it supported slavery. He also spoke out for women's rights, labor reform, and temperance. Phillips led the struggle for adding the 14th and 15th Amendments to the United States Constitution. When the Civil War came, he continued to employ his talents to secure emancipation and equal rights for Black Americans. He died in 1884 at the age of 73.
So there's another one. You never know. Crazy stuff, right? Pretty sure I know this answer. I just don't think I get all the things wrong. Rather check. Yep. Not surprised. I figured as much. Whatever.
Wonderful. You're
Now,
absolutely
what could the
correct.
clue even be? We have left Atlantic Ocean and constitutional amendments. Probably be constitutional amendment at the bottom, I imagine, right? No. Let's go up to the top and read our way down. Let's see what it says.
Amendments.
Okay. Just amendment. You never know with these things. Hi, Glenn.
You're a genius.
Here we go. Employ means to hire somebody to work for you.
I haven't checked this out yet. Wait, I want to hear what they all say.
Here we go. Employ means to hire somebody to work for you.
I don't think so. The sentence says that Phillips employed his talents to secure emancipation.
In this context, employ means to make use of.
It seems that when words have more than one meaning, I always guess the wrong one.
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, you're not talking?
Here we go.
No.
Here we go.
Oh, I gotta listen to this again.
Employ means to hire somebody to work for you.
I don't think so. The
I had
sentence
to try
says
it
that
once because
Phillips
we haven't the entire
employed his
game.
talents to secure emancipation.
In this context,
Can I skip? There we go.
Fantastic! You got it!
Last one. And then we're done.
They didn't wait for our decision. They're burning our warehouse.
But Elijah, our new type, our new presses, they've got us beaten.
We can never be beaten until they still our voices, and that they cannot do. Burn! Destroy, if you will. But tomorrow and the next day, and the day after that, and for weeks and months to come, you'll be reading what I have to say. There's a law in this land bigger than any mob. It gives me the right to print what's in my heart and my mind. The right to print the truth. And that I will continue to do till the day I die.
In 1860, Horace Greeley wrote an editorial in the New York Tribune about building a transcontinental railroad. Men and brethren, let us resolve to have a railroad to the Pacific, to have it soon. It will add more to the strength and wealth of our country than would the acquisition of a dozen Cubas. It will prove a bond of union and not easily broken, and a new spring to our national industry, prosperity, and wealth. It will call new manufacturers into existence and increase the demand for the products of those already existing. It will open new vistas to national and to individual aspiration and crush out filibusterism by giving a new and wholesome direction to the public mind. Political power. Horace Greeley, 1811 to 1872, was born into poverty in New Hampshire on February 3, 1811. He showed promise at an early age of becoming a great newspaperman. At the age of 15, he became an apprentice printer and developed a strong interest in politics and social issues. At the age of 20, Horace went to New York City, New York, as a penniless young printer. 10 years after his move to New York, Greeley founded the Tribune, a newspaper. The newspaper was an immediate success, and Uncle Horace was soon a household name. In this newspaper, Greeley championed equality for women in employment and education. Above all, he fought against slavery. Under his guidance, the Tribune developed a staff of distinguished writers unmatched by any other newspaper of that time. Among the staff were Margaret Fuller, Henry J. Raymond, John Milton Hay, Henry James, George Ripley, and Antoinette Louisa Brown Blackwell. In 1856, Greeley joined other important New Yorkers, such as Senator William Seward and Henry Ward Beecher, in supporting the presidential campaign of John Charles Fremont. However, Fremont lost the campaign to James Buchanan. Greeley's efforts to help elect Abraham Lincoln to the presidency in 1860 were more successful. Many people have debated how much Greeley influenced Lincoln during his presidency. Horace had political aspirations of his own. He served a brief term in the U.S. Congress. Then, in 1872, he ran against Ulysses Grant for the United States presidency. Greeley carried only 6 states to Grant's 31. Greeley died on November 29, 1872, at the age of 61. On the 100th anniversary of Greeley's birth, the New York World said, "For 35 years, Horace Greeley was probably the greatest political force this country has ever known, except Thomas Jefferson."
Well, that's interesting, Hippolito. Crazy stuff, right?
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Oh boy, just about done here. Is the Atlantic Ocean the only thing left?
Atlantic Ocean.
Let me double check. Italy, we did. Liberator, yeah.
The Liberator.
We did. Constitution, Pillow.
Amendments.
Yeah, it's gotta be Atlantic Ocean. Don't worry.
Atlantic Ocean.
I mean, it could be Tribune. We could try anyway.
Tribune.
Maybe it was this one we didn't use.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct.
Oh, it was. Let's hear this for getting
I'll
for
try
winning.
this one. It has something to do with winning.
Yeah, Greeley was championing women's rights and against slavery.
To champion means to support or fight for a cause, idea, or person.
Congratulate me. I was close.
Yes, I shall champion you.
You're a genius.
All right.
Look at this score. You beat Str.at.e.s.
Ooh.
Stafford, I made it! I made it!
I'm glad you made it back. So, how was it?
I was terrified. I was petrified. I was mesmerized. When can I go back?
All right, two things. One, I want to go back to this one. So I skipped the first video in this one. I want to see what it was, right? If it was different. Let's see real fast. Wait,
Oh my gosh!
this video never showed up.
Where am I?
They played the wrong video last time.
Look out!
Well, it played the same video the first time that it did.
Watch where you're
Maybe
going.
it just glitched.
Paper, get your paper. San Francisco?
They had the guy last
1906.
time that played the, like,
What
you
am
know.
I doing here? I'm not even born yet.
Sarah, can you hear me?
Miss Stafford? Where are you?
Look at your Str.at.e.s navigator.
Oh, interesting.
Well, let's
Maybe
figure it
it's
out.
just like all randomized for
Do you know where you are?
Str.at.e.s games. You see some
San
similar
Francisco,
stuff, same
April
things.
18, 1906.
Wait a second. I know that date. That's the date of the San Francisco earthquake.
Did you say earthquake? Can you get me out of here right now?
Listen to me, Sarah. You can get back, but you've got to play the game.
I don't want to play a game.
Str.at.e.s will show you how. I've got to go find the other kids. I'll check back with you when I can.
Wait, how much time do I have?
Not much. You better hurry.
So is this going to be a
Earthquake can hit at any
completely
time.
different thing?
Good luck.
Oh, boy.
So,
No, it's the same people as before. We did these.
hey,
Hey, I don't care. It's just different intros. Alright, you want it to the intro again? I don't think it showed any of that stuff in the intro. We watched it. Alright. Yeah, there wasn't any of this stuff there. It just showed themes. Actually, this is different than the other intro. I'm really confused. Makes no sense. I don't get it.
You sure this is the place?
Yeah, it's the mall.
Well, we follow the directions. This is it.
This is kind of a weird place for a communications project.
I think it's cool.
Well, it doesn't look like anybody's home. Let's go.
You're late. We kind of got lost and thought that maybe...
Did you know that General Hooker had arrived a few hours later at the Battle of Gettysburg? It might have changed the course of the entire Civil War. I guess not. Did you know that time is relative and it rarely flows in one direction? Well, don't dawdle. Follow me.
After you.
Welcome to my home. Look around, look around, look around.
This is cool.
I'm Miss Stafford. Now, let me get your name straight. Jessica? Sarah? Max? And you must be Tony, right? And Mr. Marashiro sent you here to experience the future of communication. Well, it's all right here in front of you.
You mean all these antiques?
I've already given you a hint.
Oh, you mean when you said that time rarely flows in one direction?
Yes, you were listening. Excellent. Now, watch this. This is Str.at.e.s. It accesses all neural synaptic transactions from the past, present, and future.
Excuse me?
Str.at.e.s lets you access anyone, anywhere, anytime. And it likes to play games. These are your Str.at.e.s navigators. They let you play with Str.at.e.s. Okay, now, let's get started.
What happened?
Str.at.e.s is pretty quirky. Let me get my navigator and check something out.
I got this thing wired.
Tony, what did you do?
I don't know, but I have a bad feeling about this.
It's just a thought, but somewhere you're going to be opening portals. Why would you have papers and books all over the place? Things that aren't like bolted to the ground. Why would you even do it inside in the first place? I don't know. Let's see if we could... What's this? We haven't touched this yet. This is like the first intro thing, right?
Connected to a million worlds of timeless fun. Future, past, adventure.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Discoveries will open up when you begin. People, places, famous faces that you'll meet. Where else can you go to take a supersonic leap? Str.at.e.s. At your fingertips. Come into Str.at.e.s. Scientific, it's a trip. Str.at.e.s. Let the universe unfold. Stories left untold. Str.at.e.s. The source is here.
Str.at.e.s.
Travel in time. Such a breeze. It's the ultimate.
I was trying to look for some like kind of credits roll or something, but I don't see that. I guess this will probably suffice.
Where else can you go to get a neural blast? Str.at.e.s. At your fingertips. Come into Str.at.e.s. Scientific, it's a trip. Str.at.e.s.
Destructor energy source.
All right, guys, that is Str.at.e.s 1 matchup batch for PlayStation.
Hey, do you really want to quit?
Oh, I do. Bye-bye.